All right, very happy to be back with Blueprints. Last played this a couple months ago, so I kind of need to get my sea legs back. I did leave a note to myself last episode to spend like an hour or two going through my notes on stream, which I will be doing. But let me just do a run really quick, just to kind of remind myself, reorient myself to the house. I have a couple obvious objectives to work on, like trying to get a vault key for the last key that I need downstairs. So that seems like that's kind of hard to force to happen. It's probably going to be a bunch of runs before the stars align. I have to find the key and roll the vault, which is not trivial. I also have to get as many bookstores as I possibly can, which seems kind of annoying to try to force, but I will try. Hey, how's it going, Kiri? After this run, I will Alt-Tab out and we'll just go over notes for probably at least an hour. I need to look at all my screenshots again, too, because they're all recontextualized now. I don't think I can get keys from the trading post, like special keys, but let me check. To come back here later when I get stuff. I've opened all but 2 of the sigil doors downstairs. The last one I need is from the vault. And then the other door, it says that there should be a key in the last one that I opened, so I don't think I have another one that I have to get in the meantime. Really early dining room probably seems like a waste of time. So I'd have to come all the way back down here to get the meal. Okay. Not adjacent to a hallway. Don't think the commissary can sell vault keys, but I will take an early running shoes. Pretty good value over the course of the run. Probably don't want to overbuy stuff here until I know I need it. Let's get the sledgehammer and the running shoes, because if I need gems, I can come back and get it. I need to have a bunch of money to buy stuff from the bookshop anyway, so. I want to keep the hallway engine running if possible. So neutral on gems. Okay, probably pays for the sledgehammer. Guess we'll find out. Try to get an experiment up and running really quick. Oops. Left trigger, right? Okay. And I've only meaningfully opened 1 safe. I think we have a total of 7 safes, because if we count small gates as a safe, I've opened one of those with a date, so I think there's 7 left. Remote terminal access. Yes. Environment setup. Yep. Not super pumped about any of these. They don't have a shovel yet. Getting dice is probably helpful if my main objective is to roll for specific rooms. Oh yeah. So we start keycard system. One of these is always worth doing. Set the security level to low until I get a key card, I guess. An offline mode I may as well always do to unlocked. I wish that was a permanent thing you could do. Okay. This is a more appropriate place for the dining room, so I'm probably gonna have to pass back through it. That definitely helps. Yeah, I feel like they could change it. It's an interesting one to take, although my run's not anywhere near being over, so I don't want to spend it that early. I guess I could just sacrifice the day to get more money tomorrow to hopefully have more money to afford the bookshop. It'd be nice if they did a pass on stuff that's obvious. And just made it permanent. Yeah, I agree. We've already talked about the quality of life changes I'd like to see a lot in the playthrough so far, but... Okay, so I gotta take this just in case I get the bookshop. I think I bought one of these recently, right? Let me review my document. Library books. I'm pretty sure I did Swimbird. We did Fixed Stars, which is a waste. I don't remember if I've done Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. I have to look in my screenshot list, so give me a second here. Might have put it under other documents because it's like a bunch of library books. History of Arindia, Drafting Strategy, Fixed Stars, Swimbird. I did do Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Drafting Strategy 4. So I think I've done everything on this list. So if I get a bookshop, then I can, I think, immediately add something new to this. That's good. I'm glad they're changing some things. Okay, good. Probably have to run around and try to find some more money here. Could do Realm and Rune now. Let me wait. Try to get the most expensive thing I can, because I'll be able to get the cheap thing later. Solarium. Just pretty sure I've already been here, but let me check my room specific list. Yeah, I have. Okay, so I already got these screenshots too. That's how I learned how to get into that thing in the cloister. All right. "74 steps is a good chunk of steps. Okay. Let's see. Treasure map, I don't think I have a board to do. Could just re-roll here. Don't have gems for that. Currently only have the security room. Can't really afford to spend gems on that. Great Hall versus Rotunda. I'm just gonna take the steps, I guess. Interest in here. Worst case scenario, I can buy the Runes book, which is probably helpful for the Uber puzzle that I'm working on. This will be able to leave out of the entrance hall. Okay, I'll take a free key. I want to go south. This place just sells gems, but I kind of need to hold on to my money at the moment. Electric eel aquarium. Let's get a den. Just the rarity of the floor plans in your house. Been here before? No, I think it's my first time rolling it. On the bottom rank, too? That seems great. Oh, it must be because I got the thing that increases rare stuff. Okay. So, room directory, green rooms. That must be the only one I was missing, right? This was by... Oh, wait, this doesn't count as a room. Right, this is Conservatory? Did I get this as a studio edition? Found floor plans. Okay. Yeah, I remember now. Give me a second to add a new entry for this. Conservatory. Take a quick and dirty screenshot of it first. Okay. Okay, well, I knew some of these already. For Ladyship's Chamber, I've never drafted before. From south-facing doors. So that means that I have to come at it from the north. Am I reading that right? Master bedroom, I've never done on the east wing. Conservatory is only draftable in a corner. Bookshop only draftable from the library. Okay, that's interesting. That is a golden rook. Let me write that down. Chess puzzle. Gold. Gem. Be able to permanently adjust the rarity and rates to determine how often certain floor plans are drawn. Can be reset using the directory in this room. So the greenhouse would be great for it to be more common. Weeds, okay. Yeah, if I can draft that early, then I can do more green stuff more quickly. Okay, I can adjust all of these. All right, well, I don't like the gymnasium at all. Billiard room being common is probably fine. Yeah, I don't want them to be a nuisance. I guess it's keys, but... Okay. And I can reset any of those at any time, regardless of what 3 rooms I roll when I come in here. Man, I just made you super rare, but maybe that happened because I took the thing that makes more rare things spawn. Okay. Oh, really? Let's see. I guess I don't actually need to do that. Let's not go from there. I can just draft that from the entrance hall, and then that might be the end of my run here. I might just have to go buy the runes book. Nope, I get a corridor. Let's do the hallway, actually, just to make sure I keep that running. don't really need... do this so I don't die. Bedroom's probably fine.
Ding, 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 ding.
What did I miss? Thanks. I really think that you should just be able to highlight items that you've seen before. No longer able to see all three. Oof. Guess I can hope the other exit from the foundation gets me somewhere more helpful. Let's check it first. This box is not empty. This box contains gems. All statements that contain the word gems are false. Okay, so if this is true, this is false, which means this is empty. But this one would also be false because it contains the word gems. But then this is true, so that's a contradiction. So all statements that contain the word gems are false means that this one can't be true because that would generate a contradiction. If it's false, then I guess the problem is sometimes false isn't necessarily a negator. This could be inaccurate without necessarily making this true. But if this is false, then one of these must be true and one of these must be false. So if this was false, this box contains gems, and it doesn't contain gems. Then this box is not empty would be true, which means it has the gems. But this doesn't say anything about that. So I'm guessing false has to be a negator in this case. All statements that contain the word gems are false. So I just lost. All right, recovered from a Comcast outage. So the thing that sometimes gets me is that I don't know if something being incorrect is the same thing as inverting the meaning, right? Because all statements that contain the word gems are false is a self-contradiction, so this box must be false. But does that mean that statements that contain the word gems must be true? Because it says all statements. I'm going to go ahead and assume that in this case, yes, that is how they intend it to be interpreted. But that does frequently throw me off. I think most of the parlor puzzles are really good and unambiguous. But that's not always the case, unfortunately. Okay. None of this is really helping me right now. Let's go ahead and get the closet. Well, the third box said this box is not empty, right? Which could be true. There's a shovel in there. Okay. Think I'm dead? That might be okay. You know, we already did the boudoir, but the pattern is good. This is the one safe I do have done. I think there's a free gem in there, right? Okay. I never noticed that little box before. That's kind of mean. Might be good for one gem. Both locked? Nope. Okay, so like, I got the throne room last time. The throne room gets you an item, right? 4 gems. 5 gems is so expensive. I can't afford it anyway. Could do the locksmith, but then I'm stuck. Can't open that. Okay, well, I spawn more keys so I can back up and try to find some of them here. 60 steps is still a lot when the only thing I have on the docket is to go buy a library book, so... All right, let me talk this out with everybody to make sure I understand what y'all are saying. So this one says all statements that contain the word gems are false, which must be false because it is contradicting itself. If it's false, there are 2 ways to interpret its falsehood. One is to say that not all statements are false. This is what Spiky was just saying. If not all statements are false, in order for that to be strictly true, one of the boxes that has gems on it has to be true. I guess I was interpreting as all statements that contain the word gems are false. I guess if either of them, one of them must be true then. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Right. Okay, I can find one of the keys that theoretically just got spread around. Doing that is pretty annoying, I feel like. I might just go ahead and buy this box because I think the chance of me getting the money, or buy this book, I mean, the chance of me getting the money is pretty low. And this is almost certainly going to be useful to me. Okay, Realm and Rune. I gotta wait until next time. That's 1. I haven't actually made it up to that rank yet. That's funny. Saw the mountain pattern there. But I think I already know that one. Yeah. Two keys should be enough to explore a little bit more. Okay, so I know there's a safe in here. Safes are probably the next thing I'm gonna have to work on once I get all of the sigils done. I don't really have any dates to try in here. Just now noticing the arrows underneath the stride of everything in this room. Have I ever noticed that before? Assume that has some meaning, but I also assume that the safe answer is a date and not something like calculating numbers of appearances of certain pictures in this room. We have the boy, the woman, the adult man, the horse. That all we have? Boy, woman, adult man, horse? No, there's an old man. It's 5. Maybe I'll get clues to this elsewhere. Oh, fuck. Roll this for future runs. I still only have one of these, right? Security. Well, if I'm going to freeze, I guess now's the time to freeze. It's not a ton of carryover, but it might make it easier to get another library book. Master Sinclair's personal freezer. It does show me the temperature in this room. Just connected to that document in the laboratory. Alright, that's probably a maximum of 2 more rooms I can get to, but I think given that I don't have keys, I can probably just call it and then start doing this review project. Yeah, great game. Just gonna see, because it's still technically possible that I could pull the vault. Hey, thank you, Chaos. How have you been? Appreciate that. I'd love to move the foundation. I'm kind of unhappy with where it ended up.
You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Really hate the spread rooms because I feel like I'm bad at finding the stuff that got spread around. I think this one. I think the metal detector is kind of bad for the game. Yeah. It's hard for me to justify the conference room because it's like anytime I'm put in a position where I have to have 2 things in the same run to get some benefit. That's why I really hate the root cellar. I think the root cellar would be great if it came with a guaranteed shovel, and the fact that it doesn't is kind of fucked up. Yeah, I guess it being a hallway is okay. I still think it's probably worse than a lot of the things you draft alongside of it, because like you're counting on a lot on the stars aligning. You're counting on you're going to draft it. After you draft it, you're going to draft spread rooms, and then you're going to have the steps to be able to walk back to the room to collect all the shit from it, right? And that's like, at least my strategy in card drafting games, too many things going your way. I bet it feels amazing when it pops off. And in the day, in the second I know I'm a walking dead man, I just want to see what I pull here. Sure. It's pretty useless. Oh, I can't spend the gems. I always like to get the drafting studio. All right, well, I'm dead. That's okay. Call it a day. Okay. Yeah, because I have so many of that specific kind of room. Okay, it's notes time, everybody. This is going to take a while. I guess if you're watching in the future on YouTube, you will be able to skip this if this doesn't interest you. So, if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. My interpretation of that is that the gate outside that required a date to open is one of the things we have to do. And there's still 7 to find. Soil. I feel like I can't really use this. I mean, I could, I guess, alt tab and look at it whenever I'm drafting a green room to see, but it seems like it's just sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. The cognitive load required to stay on top of this doesn't seem worth it. The one thing I could try is, what does an X mean, right? X to me means there can never be something there, but given that it's the only exception, I've never tried to aggressively search this place, because maybe it's X marks the spot. It could be a good thing instead of a bad thing, so... this is just for in case I need to make more notes, so that doesn't represent anything here. Starting from the top, I have my calculator if I need it sometimes. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. This is still open. I think the what if we is adding, I was confused about this, but as I've thought about it between episodes, I think it just means if we allow for small gates to count as a safe, right? That's how we end up with the number that we get, which makes sense given that the rumpus room says there should be a missing red letter. So just update this. If we count probably means there are in fact only 7 safes, but 8 dates are used to crack things, including the gates. So 8 safes. There's one in the office that I know has something to do with the foyer. There's one in the drawing room, which I imagine has something to do with all of the different people in it, but I don't really know what exactly. There's one in the study. I've done the one in the boudoir. I can go ahead and mark that as solved. Go ahead and expand this so we can see everything. And these are the ones I've found so far. There might be some things where, because I was very careful with always taking screenshots, but I didn't always update every entry on this list. So it's possible when I look at the screenshots, I'm gonna have to come back to this and update one of these. I just want to read them out loud so I can remember what I have and haven't done. So I think I know what number the boudoir letter is, right? That's number 4, and it's a digit rather than a Roman numeral because this game is a jerk. Okay. I think there might be another one too, but look for it in a second. Possible dates and safe codes. There's the Inclips Ball in 1952. There's the year on the crest. We already did Christmas. Confirmed. Alzara mentions a missing red letter, which is possibly on the pedestal in vision number 2. I got a screenshot, but I wasn't able to see what it was, so maybe I can't do something with that. I have my notes for the chessboard. So there's a couple. The problem is there are golden, white, and black chess pieces. So the chat question I've asked in previous episodes is the chess puzzle dependent on the layout of the house? And the answer is yes, and that makes sense. I would expect it to. But there are multiple ways that could be true. It could be that they must all be white pieces, or they must all be black pieces, or they must all be gold pieces, or they could be some combination of white and black and gold, or they must all be the same color, but gold counts as both colors, are the ideas that I've run through in my head. I haven't really gotten a situation to test this. Let's see, I've got the black king, the black queen, the black rook, the black bishop, and I think I've seen the black knight, but I think I failed to write it down. So I have almost every black piece, but not every white piece, and I haven't seen like a golden knight or anything like that. So while I'm talking through my thoughts on the notes here, feel free to discuss and hide. If I say something that sounds like insanely wrong, and when I mean wrong, like it's going to be a gigantic time waste that it's wrong, feel free to discuss it and issue a correction to me. I can add it to the chat notes column here. But generally, I'd like to avoid hints unless if I really get stuck on something. I'm going to try to do some version of the chess puzzle eventually. If it fails, that's when I'll ask for more explicit help with it. The realm sigils are obviously a giant puzzle that I'm doing right now. I need to eventually go through and list all the colors. That's something I'll do when I look at the images here in a second. I have multiple ways to know what the colors ought to be. I think I know more than half of the colors at this point. I can probably figure out some of the remaining ones through process of elimination. The basement doors, the room 46 one is done. The clock tower is done. Below the docks I did last episode, so I will format that one. What's their shortcut for strike through? Alt-Shift-5, how specific? Oh, but not all of them. Shift-5, okay. Second key is in the vault, which is going to be a pain to get. The last key is behind the last door of 8, which could be a double meaning. I assume it's talking about the 8 downstairs, but it could be some other door of 8. Like perhaps there's a secret 8th door in the Great Hall that I'm not considering. Near the end of the game, branching path has a red breaker box, probably associated with the red letters. Yeah, I assume that's... If we think of room 46 as the layer 1 puzzle, and the big keys are the layer 2 puzzle, I assume the red letters in the safes are the layer 3 puzzle. Or one of those is 2 and one of them is 3. But I haven't really explored the safe stuff yet, so I'm not super stressed about that. This guy is done. Closed, right? What am I calling closed? Solved. 3 solved. Okay. We just got enough keys that I was able to open every single box, which was kind of a lame solution, but probably the best way to have done that one. The Aegirian Angels I'm still working on. I know several, but not all of them. I guess I know more than half of them now. Sheet music, I think, is solved now. Find among the white trees under 2 stones. That was a thing I dug up in the backyard, right? So that guy's done. Treasure map shows a path to an X. I still haven't been able to do this. I just don't... Whenever I happen to get the coat check, I don't happen to have a map that lets me path through those rooms to attempt to use the treasure map. I need to find a copy of the unredacted history of Arindia. That's probably going to be helpful for solving the Sigil puzzles and also the puzzle in room 46. I think I have an entry on here for the countries puzzle on the map in room 46. That seems really important. Let me make sure that I have it on here as urgent. I'll resort this in a second, but let me just make a mental note to myself. I'm going to open up yet another notepad file on a different computer here to give me notes for my notes. So check for room 46 countries puzzle. Okay. I might already be able to do some of that because I remember the idea was they have to like know the order in which they were founded or something, like the relative location to each other. Blackbridge Grotto, I brought in the microchips, which got me to a special room behind it, which is what unlocked the throne room, right? But I still don't know the terminal password. So, have all microchips, need terminal password. The drafting studio calendar has a suspicious picture with a bunch of apple trees that seem to correspond to a code, and there's a bunch of small gates. So, the thing I need to consider is bullshit, right? This game, if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. So this has potentially at least 2, if not more, meanings. It could mean that the small gate outside that leads to the orchard is one of the 8 dates that has to crack. Like, assume that that counts as a safe, basically. There's only going to be 7 safes. But this could also mean that one of the safes is not going to be cracked by a date, but instead by a small gate. And I assume that there are other goofy meanings that could be true. I had suspected that the first time I saw that weird calendar, but I have no idea what to actually use it for at the moment, so I think I just have to leave this as open for now. The shelter mentions experiments in the laboratory that cause radiation levels to spike, which causes all doors to unlock. I haven't figured out how that's supposed to work at all. I've been in the laboratory, I've messed around with stuff in the laboratory, but I don't really get what causes the radiation spike. And I don't think I've seen any other clues that draw my attention to that. Payroll. I was underwhelmed by payroll. So payroll, it's like it has to be a new week. And then you have to have already rolled the servants' chambers, and then you can go in the room and get the payroll, but the payroll is just money. I was hoping it was going to be like a check that would tell me the name of the person or something, but it didn't seem to do that. So I am tempted to reject this as a non-thing, that it's just a way to get money. I will go ahead and directly ask chat, is it in fact the case that the only thing payroll does is give you money? Does it not also give you any other kind of information? You feel free to answer or discuss and hide if you need to. It is just a money thing. Okay, so rejected was 6. That's kind of unfortunate because I thought that was quite clever. Payroll just generates money and no other relevant clues. Okay. Hartley is mentioned in his document as being a valet. We know green notes in his room are false. The one that said there are 12 major keys is a pretty boring one, but at least suggests to me that we can get multiple copies of Hartley's room. I guess for my sanity, since I'm probably not going to do a full note review until much later into the playthrough, maybe even in the last episode, can other green notes spawn in his room? Is that random or is it fixed? Chat can answer. List of dates. Yeah. So I've been writing down list of dates. I have them in 2 locations now, which seems like a bad idea. Well, I guess there could be other safe codes, so maybe I should refer them to each other. Refer to issue 55. Okay. I probably should just merge these into one thing. The notes in green are fixed. So the Hartley's room green note that I've seen is the only green note that exists. Maybe I should ask my question more carefully. I've only seen one note in his room. basically, I just want to know, like, is there the only green note in Hartley's room? I thought I had a document that said that green notes in Hartley's room are false. I'll look through the screenshots and I'll come back to it. Let me add a note in my notes. Okay. Because y'all are answering as though there are multiple rooms that could be considered to be Hartley's room. Okay. Magnifying glass. I still haven't done the memo in the conference room or the ballroom. Mary Marigold, Marion C. Claire, Mary Matthew Jones. Swan necklace, technical error, not Simon. Not the one with the moon necklace. I have a lot of info about this woman. I might be able to start synthesizing it as I look through the screenshots. 8 red notes, 1 missing. Everything not handwritten is a lie. Bolded words. Let's see. So I believe when we were talking about red notes, we were actually talking about red letters. Okay, and I left a comment to myself about that. But I don't think I've counted 8 red notes either, so that's also interesting. There are pointing hand statues all over the facility. The office points to the east, the bedroom points down. There's a room where there's 2 of them pointing at each other. Don't know what that means yet, but it's a thing I'll try to keep my eye on. There's the family crest in the wine cellar, the holly, and there's a date on it. Don't know what to do with that yet. Rooms have spinning globes. Don't know if that matters yet. Guessing the chisel N in the workshop stands for no cheating, but I keep getting repeat letters now, so the most I've seen is cheat and then the letter N. Root cellar has the image of the family tree, which potentially has a bunch of relevant names. There's Sinclair and the Epson coats of arms, which combine to make the coat that we see in the wine cellar. I assume there's going to be a big Uber puzzle later with the family, but I don't know what that is yet. We've got the list of servants, of which I know many of the names now. I probably don't need to compile them here, but it's a thing that I'm thinking about. Get servant names. The sacred note in the clock tower. I never ended up solving this because chat confirmed it had nothing to do with the secret garden puzzle, but that's still a floating thing that I haven't resolved. The fine print on the mailroom document says that Rivain's still the Baron's mail, which seems to tie in with the overall servant story that's happening behind the scenes. Crown of Blueprints is... This is the one... Wait, so there's 2 crowns, right? There's a crown that's in room 46 and there's a crown that's in the throne room, or do you get the room 46 crown if you draw the throne room? And it's a way to get it earlier in the run. I feel like we answered this. I just forgot what the answer is, so chat can answer that. There is no crown in the throne room. Okay, maybe I don't know why I thought there was. Maybe I asked something else. Maybe it's because it says something about the crown on the tile. There's a 5-digit code on the key card, Mount Holly 57188. I'm pretty sure I went to the throne room last time. Oh, really? Didn't I? Oh, I could have sworn that I did. Did I not take screenshots? I'm bad if I didn't take screenshots. Jeez. Yeah, I have all the Sanctum keys except for the one from the vault. Maybe there was just nothing else to screenshot, but I'll go there again at some point to add it to my room-specific list. Yeah. So sundial in the orchard, no idea what to do with that. There's one with the mole. It shows up in a bunch of different places. I have no idea what to do with the heating and cooling diagram. I assume it has something to do with the freezer, but I have no idea how to actually use it. Red Prince book in the nursery has got to have something going on with it because it played during the first set of credits. Okay, then we've got room-specific stuff. So I think I have, in fact, connected to the furnace. So I've connected to everything. I've done the laboratory because that's the laboratory puzzle that got us the thing outside. I've done it to the garage, which is an alternate way to be able to power the garage door. I've done it to the furnace, which makes it spit out a key from like a weird mold thing. The pump room is obviously the really important one. I don't think I've ever connected it to the laundry room. The laundry room doesn't need power by default. I just happen to know from some other document that it's supposed to connect. Still need to do laundry room. I guess that means I can also connect it to the electric eel aquarium. I thought I'd connected it to the pump room, right? Wasn't that required to do some of the shit underground last time? Because last time I had to do this really annoying stuff with the pump room where I had to have access to an extra tank to be able to fully drain things. Okay. The pump room connects to the pool, the aquarium, the greenhouse, and the kitchen. So I know what this does. One of the, where's it? Did I write down the shelter? Is that what it was called? Or it's not the shelter. What's the... There's like a thing I went to last time that required a very specific pattern for draining the water, right? That sounds right. The safe house. Here it is. Okay. Delete it. Oh, I should do this. Let me add this on my notes for notes. Security room monitor is marked. Okay, let's get back to looking at the problem list before I start messing with the images too much. Okay, so draining the pool. So most of the rooms that the pump room connects to exist to provide temporary storage for the water. Draining many of those rooms, for example, draining the kitchen, does nothing on its own other than allow you to take the room from the kitchen and put it somewhere else. I think I actually asked that forthrightly last time, and that was the answer I got from chat. But let me just state for my own benefit so I can maybe close this entry. The reason to drain the pool is that there are now 2 trunks in the pool. And if I do drain the pool will remain drained for the rest of the playthrough. So maybe eventually worth doing that. No reason to drain the aquarium, no reason to drain the greenhouse, no reason to drain the kitchen. And because I've finished visiting the safe house and because I've finished going to the bottom of the reservoir, there is also no reason to do that again. Given that I have all of the screenshots, I don't think there were like doors or anything interesting in the safe house or anything else at the bottom of the reservoir. Swim trunks, yeah, it's funny. So the question to chat, the chat may answer. Let me try to phrase this carefully. Perhaps at some time in the extremely distant future, I may need to revisit the safe house or the bottom of the reservoir. Now let's ask each question separately. Now that I have fully drained the reservoir and opened every box at the bottom, do I ever have to do that again? Do I ever have to fully drain the reservoir again? Yes or no? And I'll ask the safe room question separately. Okay, so safe room is completely done. Never need to fully drain reservoir again. Now, it was fully draining the reservoir. That's what I needed to have the boiler room connected to the pump room to be able to do, right? Otherwise, I didn't have enough space to get all the water out. I forget if that was what I needed to do to get into the safe room. Like I needed to have a specific amount of water. Okay, cool. All right, safe room. Let me divide this into 2 questions. Let's just... It would be so convenient to just drain the pool and play the game from now on. That's what I want to do. I want to just drain the pool and just play the game. And then if in 10 hours, 15 hours, some crazy shit happens that makes me want to go back to the safe room, I will do that. So what I want to ask is, do I ever have to go back to the safe room again, given my screenshots? And my concern is that if I ask that question, the chat's going to be like, well, you know, there's some weird 7th layer ARG puzzle that does require you to go back there. Does chat have reason to believe that I will need to return to the safe room in the near future, as in like in the next couple episodes? That's probably too feel free to answer that, I guess. Discuss it amongst yourselves. Let me move on to the next one while you're talking about it. Okay, so given that, is it safe to just drain the pool and move on with my life and just ignore the pump room, boiler room for now? There's another reason to mess with the pump room. Are these not the room? I feel like I got these from a book and also from the labels in the room itself. Because technically there's the fountain, right? I don't need to mess with the fountain anymore because I've already gone down the stairs there and I have another way to get into the path that was previously blocked by the fountain. Okay, and the greenhouse, I guess I can add that note. So, is the kitchen in fact useless to be provided with or to not have water? I thought I asked this last episode. That's just something floating in the back of my mind. Maybe I hallucinated that. Okay. Water in kitchen. Let's fill watering can. So by process of elimination, then the only other use for pumping is to drain the aquarium. True? Okay. Trying to drain the aquarium. I feel like I've done that. I feel like I did drain the aquarium in the process of doing other stuff, but maybe I just didn't visit it in the same run. All right. Rumpus Room. Weird vibes-based stuff that I probably can't do very much with right now, but it was Simon's on a beach near a castle, art objects in the sand, a black cat tied to a red flag, wind blowing, a door marked by a rogue moon. We have seen that rogue moon. There was a broken car near a fountain, darkened cloud of ruin, a ruined building, 8 red envelopes, 8 red pedestals, 8 letters by 8 different hands, right? There's all different people who are writing this. You only find and read 7. Guard hanging on the walls, there's a letter missing, which is a cute little double clue. There's a guy with a hat, a shadow in a doorway next to a nursery. I still suspect there's some kind of shenanigan with the dark room and the nursery. I don't know what, though. Unlatched gate you didn't open, a missing item you didn't take in the entrance room. I think I got that right. That's the vase that I had to break open, right? Death Angel in the tomb, I think I did too. Expand this. Library books, we did Swimbird, we did the Sightseer's Guide. We did the new copy of Drafting Strategy. Just requested Runes and Realms or whatever. Yeah, I like the visions. They're cool. Yeah, so there's Count Isaac Gates. If we count Gates, right? Okay. How do we count? I guess we know what he looks like. I think count small Gates. corresponds. Oops. Gates. Something to do with the safe puzzle in the office drawer, I think. Workshop combinations. I think I've done almost everything. I got a list somewhere that told me how many valid combinations there are. Shovel, metal detector, detector shovel, special sledgehammer, dowsing rod, magnet, pick sound amplifier, jackhammer, and burning glass. I still have another place to use burning glass, unfortunately. And I just didn't think to do it when I had it the last time. I haven't figured out the gallery word puzzle. I feel like that I'm making that out to be way more complicated than it actually is. It's just supposed to be another like parlor puzzle, but I think I already asked chat. There's no other source of clues to how the gallery puzzle is supposed to work, right? I'm supposed to be able to figure that out completely from inside the room. The ballroom at 12 o'clock. This was a hunch that I had based on a note in the ballroom. Because time puzzles are just a gigantic fucking pain in the ass, is there anything special that happens in the ballroom at any specific time of day? Okay. There is a clue for the gallery, but it's not needed. Go ahead and reject this one. No time of day, puzzle in ballroom. Thank you. Library records might be helpful in the future. Balls of Holly, Green Thumb, Key to the Bedroom, Red Rover, and Gold Sink. Probably just flavor. Okay. Oops. Blackbridge after the microchips. Court, Coat, and Castle. I think I quickly wrote this down during a cutscene after I got all 3 microchips. These were words that were printed on the computer during that cutscene, right? I don't think I know anything else about them. Room 46 has a puzzle where you put the countries in order. Reddington Guide has some information. Info in the Fennery Sanctum. There's info in all sanctums. Okay. All right, let me resort these guys. Oops. Try to give myself some room to add some new ones here during this session. All right, and now we got to look at screenshots. Oh my god, so I have one of those Logitech mice that has the little frictionless scroll button, and I have so much muscle memory for using it, but it's stuck, and it's driving me crazy. All right, anytime I scroll something like this, I just like instinctively tap it and then stop it partway through. Now I have to scroll like a caveman. Let's see. It's got my attention even granted daily allowance. I have to read through all of this, even if I think it's pointless, I think, just in case there's something useful. That is not helpful, although I am going to, in my notes for notes, just start compiling a list of names of people and their jobs, and maybe I'll update the issues entry for that. So Ann Babbage shows up all the time. She's the house manager. This was the thing I got for beating the game initially. Okay, nothing super useful there. Never had a room 46 to reach. Basically just saying there's more game. Maybe add something for Oven, Nevere. Don't know what that means. I added as this low stakes thing to try to figure out. Got these different kinds of trophies, which seem purely optional. The spare room seems like a dead room. It's like so suspicious, but I don't have any ideas for what to do with it. I haven't put all these screenshots in here. Maybe I'll do it later. I don't think it's super important as long as I have the room name. All right, I don't think there's anything else fancy happening with the parlor. This just explains how the game works. I don't think there's anything fancy with the billiard room right now. I have no idea how to do the gallery, so I guess I'll wait for the other clue. I'm probably going to feel really stupid once I finally get it. But right now, the possibility space is too wide for me to really hone in on what it's supposed to be. This lady with the mole who shows up over the place, who might be Mary or Maria or whatever, but I don't know. This is in the attic. Red prints. Is there a date on here? April 12th. Okay, so staff, let's do any dates I can find. April 12th, date, marigolds, red prince was rejected. 412. Change the ending, too political. Okay. And that has several meanings. This is other issues to check. Guy soy face pointing at a gap in the railing. Can go try to investigate that. This lady has the same necklace. And she has this bracelet, which I think I can buy in the luxury showroom, if I recall. Nothing stands out to me about the storeroom. The side, I already solved that little puzzle. Christoph. Okay, in the garage. So, Christoph. Valet who sucks. Garage. See Swan Song again. First words on the page are the true message. Find among the white stones. Yeah, so that's all basically done. Nothing special there. Locker room. Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. So let me just assume that's one of the staff members or family members. I guess I'll eventually have to distinguish between the two. I guess I'll put this in the actual notes in a second, but I'm going to put a asterisk on people who I assume are staff, and an asterisk if I can't tell if they're staff or like family members. Is a pseudonym for locker room. Okay, mathematics worksheet. I think this is just supposed to be a clue to the billiard room puzzle. So 2-5 blue was addition. Did I write this down? Hold on. I'll have to check again. Okay. Plus, minus, multiply, divide, blue, yellow, pink, purple. Plus, yellow equals minus, pink equals multiply, purple equals divide. And those are among the colors that we might end up using for like the sigils and stuff too, so that might matter later. So 2-5 is 7. Let's do mathematics worksheet. 2-5 equals 7. 4-9 equals 13. And then there's a big O. OR. 6-1-3 equals 10. 6-1 yellow 3 equals 6 plus 1 is 7 minus 3 is 4. 613 yellow is 6 minus 1 is 5, minus 3 is 2. That could be a code to something, and then the letters SIX for 6. Yeah, still don't know what to do with that just yet. Room 46. North of the antechamber, below the foundation. Full house. I think this just exists to keep you from bothering with the full house. There's a picture of a red herring. Leaning toward it doesn't exist. Well, we know it does exist. Have I found a room called the Grotto? I don't think I have, right? What is the Grotto? This is in the locker room. Unless is that the Blackbridge security room grotto? Is that called the Grotto technically? All right, I already have an issue for the family crest. Swan, mistletoe, 1213. Okay. I think I already wrote down this date. Inclips Ball, 1952. Yeah. So the kitchen note. It sounds like is the amount of money that you get from the pantry always the same? Did the bridge small text? I'm not going to update the solve versus unsolved. I'm just going to use the problems tab for that. Okay. Should cover expenses. Bring back change from the order and leave it in the pantry. So if I know the price of 5 apples, 5 oranges, 5 bananas, I guess maybe I can get that by including the amount of change that's lying in the pantry. Pantry food puzzle. Costs X minus Y, where Y is the leftover change in the pantry. Okay. Don't know why that matters. This is from the rumpus room. Oh, that's the 4. I actually can't. I said I couldn't make that out before, but that's actually, I guess now that I know what the 4 looks like. So, rumpus room, cutscene showed letter number 4, which you already have. Okay. We've seen a lot of passports with fake names. Ray Daniels. Fake passports. Samantha Hayes. And there's dates of birth here. Probably gonna get more of these in the future. Ben Aries. Passport has a sigil on the front. I don't remember if I did this one. I think I did do this one. I think it was one of the things I did at the end of last episode. Let me pull up my VOD really quick and just check. It's the one with the mountains icon. I'm just looking at the end of the previous episode really quick. Yeah. Let's see. God, I talked on a completely still screen for a while there. I did. Okay, thank you. Oh, much earlier. Okay. So I'll just make a note. Already done. Okay. This lady again, guy with the pencil mustache. Antechamber leveler is broken. We got West. That was what got us the bridge puzzle. This is the picture of the mountain. She's standing by the fountain. She doesn't have the mole, so it's a different person. Don't see anything else useful in this picture, at least not right now. I think this male is mostly not useful. Hartley is a valet. Valet. It's in the office. Gabe. Electrician, maybe? Changes to your will went in at the last second. Don't know what to do with that yet. Probably bigger story stuff. Gabe is from DC Power, so not an actual staffer. Probably not going to come up again. All right, March of the Count is the only one that's in black rather than red. And Count Gates is his name from the foyer. This is implying red herrings. March could be March like the month of March. Count puzzle. March of the Count. Assume that connects into the safe in that room. Right, we did this. That was where we saw we could get a safe in that room. I don't think we got anything new here. Face and ace. Still haven't done this. Okay, yep. Studies like, I hope you figured out the double painting puzzle yet. If you haven't, here is the answer. The player records I don't think are super useful to me at the moment. Pool rules. Nothing special. This guy. 3 small gates. Still don't know. Wait, no, there's more in the back, aren't there? 5? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm looking at this more closely now. There's actually way more gates in this image than I thought there were. There's 2, and then 3, and then 3. There has to be a 4th set of gates somewhere, right? Because if it's a safe code, it's 4 digits. Fuck. I didn't even notice these ones before. That's crazy. Make this bigger to see if there's another thing I'm missing. Small gates. Calendar has 3 sets of small gates in background, midground, foreground. 2, 3, 3. It could be 1, 3, 1, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. 13, 13, question mark? Okay, maybe. I don't know what else it could be. just the room I'm in there. This is a way to know which doors are open in the Great Hall if you get there on the same day. Not super duper exciting. I think the breaker box I'm basically done with, although it's very confusing what the cabinet's supposed to be. Fuse panel, pump control panel rather. All right, there's a reserve tank. I think I basically am done with that aside from needing to drain the aquarium, I guess. This is a lie. That's all fine. We got the words for cheat and then the letter N. Determine that this is not a crazy secret. It's literally just trying to tell the player that this puzzle is trickier than it might seem to be. There's an I too. It could be cheating just in general. Oops. Cinco Labs, you guys sent over here for a month. Assist more with the new turbine tests. Okay, we got more names to write down here. Let's see. Kimberly Thompson, technician at laboratory. More turbine tester at laboratory. Okay. Did the periodic table puzzle. Still don't get what this is all about. Cooler is unaffected. Co-check his enemies with associated number, but I don't have any plan of what to do with that. Dad. Okay. I don't think there's anything super valuable in here. Okay. Be excited. It's been 7 years since they were at the house. I guess that on Friday is a way for you to get the start date. There's a lot of different paths to that solution, it seems like. Dirge blocks. This thing is done. Is anything particularly exciting about the Cinca company? We get a bunch of addresses. I'm not going to bother writing those down for now because I have no reason to use them. I'm just now realizing that might not be true. So I care about the locations of like the different countries. For my sanity, should I care about addresses? If I can just straight up no. Okay, fantastic. Addresses don't matter. Thank you. Constellation book is just purely information, not that big of a deal. That is not a safe code. We think it's completely useless because we just know that it's false, not that like there is a legal safe code that's the opposite of that or something. Okay. Eight realms in 8 months. And you have an entry for that. Have the different family crests. You can see how they got combined at some point. Behind the last door of 8 and vault of a bank. The secret room is not as secure as you thought. We have your letters. 8 letters, 8 payments, 100 gold. Instructions to follow. Trying to stare at this to see if there's any significance to the different like fonts. This room has let. Maybe the fonts don't have SOUARU. HS. Maybe these are all torn from other letters around the place. We in L, no. I guess this is suspicious enough that I'll add it as a problem. Ransom note. Lots of different fonts, clippings from different things. Maybe has a secondary hint in it somewhere. All right, these are all the different countries, and I think this is the same order as what's in the... What's the underground place where you use the keys? Is it the Sanctum? I think that's the same order. Yeah, it is the same order. Okay. This woman has the necklace. It doesn't have the mole. Okay, letter number 4 was in the boudoir. Marion's disappearance. Color of the flag she flew as she rode in the darkness of 100 nights. Our son, Simon, your heir. I love how like they make the whole thing. It's like, oh, it's cutesy, weird, eccentric, rich guy, and then there's this cool story. So Daniel, father of Simon, our son. It could mean that Daniel is married to Marion and that Simon is Marion's son, maybe. Very mysterious figure. Possible. Daniel, wife of, or mother of Simon, wife of Daniel. Okay. Not coming for Christmas this year. And that was in the Christmas safe, which is cute. Okay. This is the billiards note, which is just explaining that it's a math puzzle. I don't think there's anything fancy with that. It's a red prince who sat on a red throne. Too political. All right, well, I think we can assume that canary and crow are two of the valid realm colors, black and yellow. I love the ending is too political, and you're like, what? I guess what we're saying is that you, the reader, are only concerned with red. Okay. Here's the Hartley letter. Release you in your post. So it could be that his name is Christoph Hartley, since this implies that he's the valet who sucks. Okay. And your objections might be after reading this, to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. Wait, no, he doesn't suck. Am I stupid? Did I just misread this? No, he likes Hartley. Okay, sorry. I let myself confuse myself there. Because he like leaves him stuff and he says, you don't have to keep doing this anymore. I want you to retire. House in Trinsdale. Lake house. For a time, I entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. She might not like Hartley. Okay. Know about getting into her ladyship's chamber now. So we have to be on the westernmost rank, and we have to draft to the south to get her room, is what we learned. Okay. Count Isaac Gates. Count Isaac Gates. Bald, no facial hair. Everyone else has facial hair, right? No bow tie. I think this is the new groundskeeper. New groundskeeper. Much cheaper to be generous. Okay, so the greenhouse has this stuff torn out. That's for the ransom note. Ransom note left by old groundskeeper. The original gardener's logbook. She loves me not. 1990 to when I got fired. Guilt is exceeded by my failings. Danny Ravane. The one who stole mail. Nice, sir. Ex-groundskeeper, possible blackmailer. Duties. Okay, so Moore is Randolph Moore, laboratory guy. Perhaps I should quit. I really should have. And too obvious to be plausible. Yep, that's all stuff I already know. Fat and copper still. In one of the outer rooms. Resealed in January after deal in Reddington fell through. So I guess this is a thing. I've broken a lot of the walls in outer rooms. Copper still. Just confirming, I haven't already seen this still, right? Like, I've broken a lot of walls, but I don't know if I've been to that one. Sinclair's Inner Sanctum. Okay. Kristoff is under my thumb and beholden to do what I command. All right, that's important because we know Kristoff is the valet who sucks. Manipulated Kristoff. Okay. Down to the age of 73. I guess that means I can infer his birthday. All right, so dates. Herbert S. Sinclair's birth year is 73 years before the start date of the game. So it's... I forget the year. It's on one of the calendars. Shit, hold on. I hate that I can't do my frictionless scroll. Pain, suffering. Doesn't say the year on there. Doesn't it say the year at like the very beginning of the game? I could have sworn I had this written down. I don't have it in my calculator. Because it doesn't, I think we learned that the calculator would fail because it doesn't line up appropriately which days of the week correspond to which dates. Art condition. $1994. Okay. So, birth year 1921. Niece, Mary Matthew Jones, has been missing. Okay, so we keep seeing different names for Mary. Latest name, Mary Matthew Jones, and name Marion Marigold. Did I like completely space on the fact that Simon is Marion's son. Like I've read this, I've been in the morning room 100 million times. I guess I just read through it really quick and didn't write it down. This making it seem like that's like stupid obvious. Okay, whoops. County Science Fair runner-up is me, apparently. Shit. All right, we did this one already. So we're probably going to have to do sigils by process of elimination. I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. I think I need to ask it because otherwise it's going to like substantially increase the amount of note taking that I have to do. Does each element in a sigil appear exactly once among all of the sigils? So like fog appears exactly one time. I'm sure color, each one is unique, but I'm curious about the other elements like the weather. No, they can't. They can repeat. Okay, that's what I was worried about. If it appeared exactly one time, I wouldn't worry about it as much. Sigil elements can repeat. Okay. Not very helpful. All right, this is the new clue book, which costs 50. It seems really good to get. Lasting Hope. I think Bon Margle has shown up a couple times. I want all of those 50 cost books. I want them like as soon as possible. Already been working on this elsewhere. There's one behind the altar, which is pretty fucked up. Month paid leave. You can probably eventually figure out who all these people are. Let me make a note. Maid's chamber picture shows full staff, question mark. Okay. All right, this is still a thing. Curious if some of this is actually going to have like full puzzles associated with it, or if it's like a thing for you to puzzle out like what actually happened behind the scenes without there actually being an associated puzzle. Like, Swinbird. Don't think she has the mole. August 22, 85. So I've got a big list of dates here. Date, Marigold received medal for Swinbird. 1/27/86. Son got me to start writing. Debut book is based on her son. Inflexible love of the color red. Statement that has been held with much skepticism by many pundits who viewed the book as a thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party. Yeah, that's cool. Date Marigold claims Red Prince is based on sun as opposed to political. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Detained by Red Guard and questioned. 11/11/86. Marigold detained by Red Guard. Trinsdale bombing. Children of Black Water, RLCF. Okay, so that might end up connecting to one of the realm colors. I need to do a better job of... I feel like I have to go back and watch my VODs to find this because I don't think I notated the colors adequately. I know some of the colors from the puzzle boxes. I know some of the colors from the classroom. I should probably sit down and try to make a list of every color. Okay. Don't know what else to do with that. Actually, Marigold's not. It's Caleb Manning and Philip White. Write those names down. Caleb Manning, author, POI in Trinsdale bombing. Philip White, publisher. Wonder if that's the same person who rejected the first draft of Red Prince. Ruffington Press. That's the one we were just reading about. Okay. 11/17. This one doesn't give a year, but since the next one is 87, I suppose we can assume that it's 86. The fact that it's missing is itself kind of interesting. Marigold drops publisher. Last week. Okay, so it is 86. That makes me think 11/17/86 is going to be a code. 11/86 maybe. Suspicious bag. Grand treason. Manning and White at a press function. At least I can make more sense of this now than when I first unlocked the archives, where this is just like complete, totally inscrutable. 87. Last seen by a close friend at 3:45 p.m. on Friday. Okay, so this is after she went missing. After Marigold goes missing. Maximum of X days if it was on Friday, so it's probably maximum of 6 days after. .45 p.m. Friday. Okay. And then September 2nd, priceless jewels stolen. Guess we can also maybe guess 87 here. Jewels stolen. Okay. The Ruby Crown of Arinda Aries. So that makes me think Marianne stole it. All right. Print notes. I'm guessing the lady with the mole is her ladyship. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. There's only one green memo, and presumably there's only one Hartley's room. Okay, this might be Anne Babbage. Did 1128 come up just a second ago? No, it didn't. Okay. No, she's been dead for a while. This gets us two more of the pictures from the maid's chamber of all of the different employees. So hold on. Dates, colors, picture of all employees, 2 staff members in developed darkroom photo. Should probably use that if I can figure out who they both are. Remain where you are. Given the red guard is due tomorrow, we've agreed to your plan and have disabled remote access to other terminals. The 3 of you are down there. Assume that's going to include Marion. Oh, yeah, we got another name. Courtney is probably a family member. Niece of Baron? Question mark. Disappearance of my cousin Mary. Four years ago. Okay. You were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront. Occurred in September, 7 months after she was reported missing. Date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the ruby crown. So it's good to be reading this right after looking at the archive, because this makes a little bit more sense. So she goes missing in February. Date that coincides not with her public disappearance, but with the theft of the ruby crown. That's 9/2/87. Blackwater insurgents were responsible for the heist, as some have claimed. The scenario plausible. 2 of the crown's 8 rubies have surfaced. Okay, yeah, that tracks. Red Note 7 claims Marion was smuggled out of the country around the time of the theft of the crown. Okay. Desperate for a narrative in which you're not the villain. I kind of like the idea, oh, eccentric uncle. Uh-oh, eccentric uncle might be a bad guy. Oh no, he's actually a super good guy. Strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back. Thank you, Darkstar. Appreciate that. How have you been? Okay. In a timely manner. I don't think I can do anything with that. There's Schoolmaster.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Lady Epson. I think that's the important lady. Mrs. Peterson, future principal. Okay. New campus completed in March. I think all my students. Eight months. Remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. It claims the ending is a joke. Ribbon cutting ceremony. Okay, I'm gonna have to learn more about that later. I don't think I can do anything with that at the moment. All right, so we got the family tree. Family tree. Mary Epson. Simon Sinclair. Clara Epson. Herbert Sinclair. Lionel Epson. Thomas Sinclair. Baroness. What does that say? Actually, really hard for me to read. Is that Auravel or Aravel? Lord William Epson. Lady Ashland. So Clara Epson is our lady with the mole then. Grandma of Simon. Okay. Notice of termination in the hovel. Mr. Ravain. Okay, we're just reading about him. Duties. All right, so the trading post fully solved that. Open only in the event of my death. Okay. This is Herbert leaving this. No greater sin than perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth. What dreadful tradition to bury me in the tomb. Oak, sycamore, and spruce. Oops. As is tradition. This floor plan is the definitive dead end, or is it? No, it's not. Huh. Does that say Uld Jora? Hugh Sinclair. Forget Oldine Inn. That could be the... What was that? Hold on. Checking my notes. Inclips Ball? Maybe not. Hey, Leon, how you doing? That might not be a person's name. I'm going to write it down. The opening might not also be a name. It could be like a greeting. Okay. Lady Epstein's diary key. Or Lady Epson, excuse me. So that always spawns down in the tomb. Diary key and tomb as purple nation logo. So I probably need to roll the tomb and then try to find the way into her room since I still haven't done that. All right, so we've got some colors here. So mountain equals yellow, check equals orange, hourglass equals purple. There's blue, green, orange, red. Black is definitely one that I've seen elsewhere. Reddington is, oh shoot, what's the name? The vault. Fen Aries? Like Reddington is in Fen Aries, right? No, I think am I misremembering that? That is right, okay. Ugh, I hate not having my frictionless scroll anymore. Killing me. There's another color I don't have, I guess. The 8 being turned on its side is suspicious. The colors for the letters are suspicious. Blue, green, yellow, violet, red, orange. Okay. Cat. Don't know what to do with that. Sacred. This has the symbol for one of our nations here. It says part of the sigil. Oh, I think I understand this a little bit better. Okay, so here's a new note. Sacred note is probably talking about the relative locations of nations. Since Crow comes up in Red Prince book. Black. Oh, east of rupee symbol. I think I already solved the rupee room. I forget where I got the rest of the information for it. Swan to south. Moon north. Okay. Also near a partial sigil thingy. That's all done. What's the clock puzzle? We're almost done. We can play the game again here in a second. But this is helpful to do because now I can read all of this with at least a slightly better understanding of the big systems. Once again. Sympathetically, Bridget. Bridget comes up a lot. One of the maids, perhaps? Okay, we know the diamond is green. All right, and then we've got other documents and other images, and then we can move on here, but it's still quite a lot of stuff, so this might still be like another half hour, hour. All right. Robert Nogula. His full name, the new groundskeeper. No notes, no logbook. Okay. Duties. Okay. Barren ground. So previously I thought this implied that like digging produced better results in these locations, or this, I didn't know about the existence of fruit or flowers as a specific mechanic. I thought that was just like a flavorful comment here. So does in fact this only apply to how likely fruit and flowers are to spawn in these locations? There's no like digging component? Smudge pots. Okay. Is there any special significance to the X? I guess I initially interpreted that just mean that things can't spawn in there. Is that accurate? Nothing can spawn in the X room, and that's all that means? Okay. Let me make a note. Soil seems to only refer to fruit, flowers, not digging, and the X is not otherwise interesting other than not producing these things. And when we say green rooms function, we don't mean... Because green rooms also frequently have dig spots. Okay. Yep, did all that. All right. Oh, okay. Gene Ribbon. That must be the end with a better joke thing, right? Somewhat close up here. Hold on. Yeah. The slightly less melancholic ribbon cutting ceremony. Okay, so maybe Jean Ribbon. Possible previous headmaster. Ribbon cutting ceremony pun. Okay. Paul Withers. Not sure. Need to get the first edition of the history of Arindia to do anything with it. I don't really like the pump book because I feel like the pump is like utterly you could figure it out, right? You go in the room, it's not that complicated. I guess maybe having it makes you feel more encouraged to experiment with it. Okay, I already have all those names in my list. Kimberly Thompson I already have in my list. Oh, that's cute. She gets the drafting strategy book after she's unable to find the laboratory. I like that. All right, so I have a full version of this map. But the full version of the map doesn't have the writing on it. I gotta find where I put that. It's in here somewhere. Oh, that was easy. The long search is over. The eighth angel points to our dreams. Okay. From fragments of the underground map, this message appears in top right corner. Possibly. Oh, I wonder if this like rotating gear thing connects to something on the surface. Possibly implies that the gear that gets you to Sanctum connects to an angel somewhere above. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's what that could mean, I guess. Still don't know what the fuck that means. Could be binary, I guess. Lots of mining logs from like 1915. Oh, this is gonna get the rest of Realm and Rune. That's the thing I just ordered. Okay, well, yeah, I knew I wanted that anyway, but now I am really excited to get it. This is just the thing that says if you move the minecart, it changes how you can access stuff. Okay, I already did all that. Okay, well, we'll read the rest of this once I actually get access to the unfucked up version. Foreman's copy. Eighth angel points to our dreams. Did this guy already? Thomas Sinclair volunteered to install a freight lift. The ornate designs. High pressure condenser. Van Aries patent office. Steam line to the boiler. Remote power box. Huh. Boiler and HPC, which... Oh, streamlet to the high pressure condenser, I see. Possibly a box you can interact with in boiler room, question mark? Okay. Gotcha. I already knew about that. 100 Bells, Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. Huh. There are more dates here I should probably write down on some of these foreman logs. Okay. Just write down to refer to it later if something obviously brings it up later. Rotating gear, north lever. Concealed entrance. Which I already did. Okay. Clara Epson we've already written. Mora Jai box, the Arinda Aries variation. Okay. Rupee, Arinda Aries. Oh, right. Fen Aries and Arinda Aries are not the same thing. I see. White tiles turn black. Pentagon red. Okay. Rupee black. Okay. Reddington Fen Aries. Okay, I did write that down correctly. Replace the books I lost. Black Bridge. Eight realms in 8 months. In what order? What route? Land in Blacken's realm as it is in name. Okay, so room 46 country puzzle starts in Ben Aries, red. Heads south to Arinda Aries, black. Okay. Bridge. White might be a legitimate color as well. And then he comes back at the end to Fen Aries. Ends in Fen Aries. Okay. That's starting to make a little bit more sense. Swimbird. Mrs. Peterson. She must be the classroom teacher. It makes sense if Jean Ribbon was trying to reach out. A future school principal. Detective Margle, which is weird. The Darebird is like a custom difficulty setting. My friends are not very open to the idea that I like the sky less than the ocean. All right, so the friends are yellow, red, and green. Bird in the sky, not in the sea. That is what they say when looking at me. You are not a seabird. You are not a swimbird. I love the idea that all of her children's books are like super political. Dare not dive, I dare not swim. Dare not step in the ocean again. Dare not smile, I dare not laugh. Dare not dream, dare not speak. I wonder why daring feels like defeat. Okay, so blue, not on the ocean. It's cool. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Featherfall Keep. William Epson, let's see. Featherfall Keep. Okay. Son was Lionel Epson. Left the estate, but daughter stayed until 1951 marriage. First king of Arinda Ares when Reddington was still the capital. So I think that means that Lionel Epson, the daughter was Baroness Aurivel, who married Thomas Sinclair, I think. That was in the root cellar. Hold on. William Epson. No. That's the other side. Lady Ashlyn. Lionel Epson. Clara married Sinclair. Okay. Yeah. That tracks. Trinsdale, where there was a bombing. The southern shore of the lake. Oh yeah, the 100 Bells. Okay, so I just saw something about that. So locations. Trinsdale Lake. Part of Fen Ares Red Country. Location of bombing from archives. 100 Bells. Tea room is mentioned where there was some kind of meeting. It's on this page somewhere, right? Oh, maybe I thought it was. I just saw it was like a little handout somewhere underground, I think. Oh, here it is. 100 Bells. Have a business card for that with Sandy Heights, 5 p.m. Mount Holly, the tallest mountain in Reddington. Holly. Directions indicated in Reddington book. Mainway Station. This connects to the safe house, right? Okay, then there's a Reddington map. Reddington map shows relative locations of Aries River, Rinsdale Lake, Featherfall Keep, Mount Holly, Botanical Gardens, Mountain Station. What else is here? Angel Tower, 100 Bells, the Barrow's End, maybe. Okay. And then can't make out what that says. Tanner or something. Okay, the drafting strategy I don't think I have to reread. We definitely want to go do this security room, check marked monitor from other documents tab. Safe house. We already did this, so that was kind of annoying the way I had to ask for help with that one. Pencil mustache. Seen that guy in a couple places. 6 months. Mary's letter. Tomorrow the crown of Orinda will finally return to Oris. May the Black Shores guide us. Okay, so yeah, definitely stole the crown. Got it. We seek what's in the shade of the truth. Train Metro. Oh, Tanner Fork. Now I can read it. Okay. Tanner Fork. Ruffington. And Central. Oris Train Hall. Eight is the Royal Station. Locations also appear on Train Metro map in Safe House. Okay. I imagine a lot of this is like deep layer stuff that I probably won't get to on stream, but it's kind of cool to put a few more of the pieces together today than I have up to this point. This is another copy. I think that's a duplicate of something I already had. Okay, and then other images. We've got that guy. It's Reddington. Oh. This was, I didn't know where I got that from. This is, on the wall near where the chess puzzle is, the thing that I had to sledgehammer my way through. Is that right? So there's castle. Yeah. Court, coat, castle. Assume those are connected. Letters puzzle near chess puzzle on cliffs corresponds to text on Blackbridge computer. Okay, so I took all my notes. Blueprints, stream 080525. I'll import them into the spreadsheet off stream. I'm not going to take all the time to organize them. I'll do that. That'll be a problem for future me. That's everything for now. I can get back to playing the game. I think I don't have any immediate, huge, new breadcrumbs to follow, but a lot of things to think about that might recontextualize stuff that I run into. Okay. I figured I had to do a full notes review at least one time, so it makes sense to do it after I had a long gap in between sessions. Probably won't do that again because it took so long. Special items. I definitely have a bigger picture of what some of the Uber puzzles are meant to be now, reading all of it all at once. Like to try to figure out Lady Epson's room, maybe. Could still get up and around if I do that. No, I'm going to need 50 if I want to buy the better books, but those two things are super useful. Okay, well that doesn't get it for me, but I can get 10 coins, which is nice. Gotta get my hallways up and running. Keep my hallways up and running. Could do the laboratory now to let's get an experiment rolling. Hopefully it's not the use 10 steps, gain 20 gold. Set your steps to 40. Next 3 times you open a locked trunk. I like when you draft a shop room, gain gold, because that way I know I can afford whatever I'm buying in the shop. I'm only already drafted 1, so it's not super bad. So if I've already rolled the laboratory, just because it's been a while since I played, probably the best room to access with the network would be the security room to turn down the incidence rate of keycard doors, right? Because I guess I can do the shelter, but I don't really know how the shelter works still. And the main purpose of remote access is to get to the laboratory right away, but I did make this a more common room, so... haven't missed anything yet. Okay. I'd like to go right here. Right on. I hate the shovel. I guess I got one last run and didn't really use it, but I don't think there wasn't really anything that I was unable to do last time that I wanted to do with the rooms that I had unlocked, so it's probably not a big deal. Let's see. A nice place for it, I guess. We want this. I saw a cutscene that showed the nursery connected to the dark room. Is there any significance to that? I don't need to know what the significance is. I just want to know if that means anything at all. Because if it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, thank you. Let me put that as rejected in my list. Nursery. It seemed really suspicious to show that. Nursery next to dark room is nothing significant. Sure. I don't need that to connect, although I have one bedroom in the house right now. Greenhouse. Just reviewed all those. So for there to be flowers here, there needs to be water here. Yeah. Before you break this wall, does the greenhouse not show an exit on that side? I think I'm dead if I pick this, right? No, there's still the hallway down there. Green rooms don't cost stuff to draft. Cloister. It's normally pretty expensive if I recall correctly. Do the aquarium. I guess the aquarium becomes more likely to spawn. Oh, it's also a shop, I see. The gems are in a box with a false statement. Only one statement is true. Only one statement is false. Okay, so those can't both be true. So one of these is true, and one of them is false. The gems are in a box with a false statement. Okay, so if that's true, the gems are not in this box. Only one statement is true. If this were true, this couldn't also be true. So this being true precludes this being true. This is like the anchor box, because this is one's problematic. This would have to be the only true box for it to be true. So let's suppose this is true. If that's the case, this is false. Only one statement is false, and this is false, which is not valid either. So this is false, which means the other two statements are true, which means that the gems are in this box. I really like this puzzle. Nice. Fucking hate the hallway closet. I don't think I've ever procced it a single time. It feels so bad. Right, count small gates. 2. That guy's not a small gates. If it's just 2, that would be like really funny. And that's above the bust of Gates. Okay, well, it's not 2. I suppose there could be other small busts of Gates elsewhere in the house. That's Gates 1. 2. Oh, there's 3. Is every safe puzzle 4 digits? Because it doesn't really give you the feedback to know that. I assumed it was from dates. Yeah. If the answer to a safe puzzle is... I'm just going to write this down here. If the answer to a safe puzzle is actually a single digit, does that mean it requires leading zeros? Maybe the answer is none of them have an answer that's just a single digit, but... You solved one with 3 digits, but it has a 4-digit solution. This small gates thing is really, really fucking funny. I really like it. I have to figure out how to do anything with it. March of the Count. This game fucks. I really like this game. All right. Small gates puzzle was 0303. So is it March and then 3 because there's 3 small busts of him in this room? Is that the idea? All right. Yeah, that's fucking wow. I'm almost... Oh, the 8's on its side like it is in that room. Interesting. All right. Let me screenshot these first. Yeah, it tells you they're red herrings. I got that. Screenshot these, and then I got to go update the problems document that this is where to find this, or I'm never going to remember it. Safes. Office. Solved. Okay. And this was 8 infinity on its side. I'm just grabbing the infinity symbol for my notes. Beautiful. Okay. Thank you for promptly answering all of our demands, not involving the police, and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire. Back the envelopes, you felt that one final red letter of our own was merited given the circumstances. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. Huh. Maybe one of them is already in a drawer. Interesting. So let me add that to my notes here. Possible that one of the letters is just straight up in a desk drawer rather than a safe. Maybe that's the unreadable letter. Don't have copies of the other letters. I'm too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize. Hurting his social prospects. Payment has been received. Okay. So he went and paid them because he thought that Simon was at risk, and then they're like, oh, we weren't actually trying to hurt him. Stolen letters. Okay, well, we know that the ex-gardener guy was the guy who stole letters. Forever Anonymous, I missed this page. Least sympathetically. X. Okay. Cool. I really like the small gates. That's really funny. All right. Let's do the hallway. It's really weird. I heard a loud sound when I walked in this room. It's like a rumbling sound. Huh. Okay, well, anyway. That's on B5. Writing that down. Check in the future. Okay. Okay, compasses are good. It's gonna be powered. Try to start going south from here to see if I can find Lady Epson's room. Whoops, I didn't mean to do fuck. I forgot how that worked. I thought it was going to give me a option to click one after I interacted with the thing. Bummer. Well, that's the worst thing I could possibly pull is a dead end here. Do I know what the beeping is pointing at? I don't see it. Oh, there's a key in the hallway. Jesus. Fuck. Oh well. Partly. Such a weird thing to make false. I think if the metal detector didn't exist in this game, they would just do the highlight interactables for interactables you've already interacted with thing. Morning room goes the wrong way. Try to make the conference room happen. I guess I get it if you don't have the hallways. Well, I need to do the vaults, but that means I'm gonna have to find the key for it. And I'll be stuck. I won't be able to go further up if I take it here, so I think we do the morning room just to get more gems for tomorrow. I feel like I've gotten that in this room a whole bunch of times. I wonder if it's like especially likely to spawn in here. Yeah, no, I get that. I get the sense that anything that requires multiple rooms to combo with like the root cellar, and basically if you get lucky enough to find a shovel, I mean, you would hope that it's strong to be worth the fact that it has to combo with something else to work. Okay, Realm and Rune. Only checked out by Simon. Graciously gifted by Simon. Okay, let me get all my screenshots first, and then I'll actually try to read them here and compare it to the other version of the book. Oh, this is already really helpful. one of the most information dense books in the game. Turtleback travel. I guess I don't really need to compare it to the one that's torn out because it's just. I suppose can chat confirm that this is just strictly more information than the torn up one from the mining foreman. Black, red, violet, pink, green, yellow, orange, and white. Okay. Pink, white. Makes sense that there would be 8. I guess there's some notes at the end and the beginning, but... Alright, so Eraja is the name of purple. We already know Arinda Aries. Mountain equals Arch Aries equals yellow. Check equals Corarica equals orange. So we don't know diamond, blue, pink, and white. Let me read through this from the beginning. I assume that was the case. I just didn't want to manually compare them. Core dividing lines, moats, and border. Naval, roads, horseback, train system, balloons, dirigibles. Maybe Dirigiblox is developed in this country. Foggy, heat. Snow, windy. Yeah, we've seen that flower already. That was on the broken thing from the clock tower. Yeah, so I kind of like the idea that you're going to get all different sorts of paths to the answer for these. Banner and national colors of that realm. Okay. Good. I wish that I could check out another book at the same time, but this game is a mean jerk face. All right, so this will be as high as I get. I still have 4 rooms I can get to on the west side. I have enough money. I think we just do the bookshop and we eat that the run is dead because I have to buy some of these better books here. I can almost get 2. Fuck. It made it sound like History of Arindia and A New Clue are both interesting. I guess we'll do History of Arindia, and then I'll see if I can scrounge up 13 coins. I have the conference room, so I could spread from the office into the conference room. That might be enough. No, I'm on it. Reveal as many rooms as I can first, as I've got plenty of steps to do all this shit. Room with many doors. I know, right? I think the closet just kind of sucks. I feel pretty good about all of the customization choices I took, but... Alright, that's a lot of money, because that spreads for every room in the house. I'll only be able to get $2 with this, but... Okay. New clue. Could try to save up for Curse of Black Bridge. It's 40. And see what else I can uncover. I think I want to save my special key to try to get into the Lady Epson's room. Don't know what that means. Precious baby. Need 8 coins. Ready to start writing stuff down in case he's got something new for me. Okay. Oh, I have capture card just shit the bed. Oh god, can I pause this? No, I can't pause it. Fuck. This is a cutscene, which is why it seems to be shitting the bed.
I suspect you wish me to look into your future.
Okay, well, I don't think we saw anything new in those first few seconds.
Image is becoming clear. I hear the pattering steps of children running in the forest. The joyful echoes of laughter.
I hate when cutscenes are like a video file that plays at a different relationship.
See an old man sitting in an even older chair.
It's like old me.
A seed that has served many generations, each with their own stories, each with their own secrets, each with their own endings, but all in the same chair. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
Thanks, great Alzara.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have
Try to check that library corner, maybe. Thanks, Animatronio. Oh, dice. Cool. Don't really need the gems. Thanks, doggo. This is the White Knight. Whoops. God damn it. Deedly, 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 deet, deet, deedly, 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 dee. I can't press the sound effect anymore because it trips fucking YouTube copyright. Oh, you can? Okay. Prime numbers are the shit, baby. Use half your steps. Can rotate. Just drafting this gets me 20 coins. Alright, let me go get the thing real quick. I don't have to worry about having money anymore. I do have to roll the fucking library like 50 million times, but... Okay, Curse of Black Bridge, drafting strategy 5. So is the bookshop basically a dead room now? Okay. I guess it's a shop. I think the cutscene pointed up here somewhere. I feel like I've pretty thoroughly searched up here. Was that part of the Alzara vision? Was there actually something up here that I can do? Or no? No, okay. Yeah. Okay, so we got to do a minimum of like 10 more runs to read all those books, it seems like. Probably not too much else useful that I can do, but I have an exit I can take from the hallway down there. Yeah, it saves you a little bit of time. I think I've rolled the Breakfast Nook almost every single game since I unlocked it, and it's been pretty massive for gem count. I don't regret it in the slightest. So we just redraw. Or I could do this. I mean, now's the time to take something like that, right? And I have so many hallways. Yeah, let's just do that. All right, so flower and clock tower sigil. Moat equals flower, poetic. Color is violet, which I know what violet is, so I can get the rest of it. That's really cool. Okay, so Eraja, hourglass, violet, ring, poetic, and then I think from there the only thing I would need to know is the lines and the weather. I probably have to learn more about them to figure that out. We know that Lady Epson comes from Eraja, or at least I assume she does, since that's the sigil on her key. So maybe if I learn more about her, I can infer one of the two things and then brute force the other one. I still show is connected. Do you guys not see? Call it a day. That was pretty good. I didn't even see anything happen in OBS that time, so I don't know if that... I don't show a separate VOD in the video producer page either. Okay. Okay. Seven keys, 4 gems. Too shabby. I don't trust the root cellar at all. I take the shelter as a way to get a computer, I guess, and a gem. And the red benefit's okay. Okay. Add 1 gold to your allowance is my favorite thing. Probably, there's not that many shop rooms, but each time you find trash requires me to find a shovel, which every time I've tried to build towards getting a shovel, I never get it. Archive floor plan would be if I unlock the archives. So this could go crazy if I got the experiment after the archives was already unlocked. I think this is probably the best way to make sure I can increase it. Okay. Oh, really? I didn't even think about that. A good call. I already have 5 gems. It's a good thing to get early. Hey, I've seen that before. Yeah, I like the conservatory. Says that it has to roll in a corner. Okay, well, hallways I assume are already super common, and that's what we want, so we want to change that. I hate bedrooms. I hate them. Take up so much space. I will make them rare and be delighted about it. Passageway is expensive, but pretty good. I guess I tend to take it. The question is, when it shows up in the draft pool, do you take it? If you tend to take it and not skip it, I think it should be common. Maybe we don't make it commonplace. Maybe it's just standard. So I wouldn't windmill slam this. Okay. All right, so we need to make sure we access it from above. Yeah, let's do that. Try to go around. All right, the black box is true. The blue box is true. The gems are in the true box. So the gems can't be in two locations, so only one of the boxes can be true. So if this is true, this must have the gems. I don't even think I have to talk it out much further than that. Has to come from the south. That's actually harder to do than I realized. Just because I think rooms tend to not point north in general. Don't have a shovel. Make sure there's nothing else down here other than dirt. Yeah, I made that as a active choice. I don't think I want the dark room. Don't know what rank the vault key is likely to spawn on. Oh, I can only do the network thing once, right? I can't do it again just because this is another computer. Have it do the dial-up sound one time, and then spare me. Can't pick the lock. All right, well, hallway gives me a chance. Trophy room. I don't have 5 gems. Suck. Let me just make sure I didn't confuse something there. Didn't I just... Relationship chamber from south-facing doors. Okay, so I didn't get lucky, basically. Wish I had 5. Okay. Now we want to try to get a security room if possible. I think I have it as relatively common, so it should be doable. We want to run some of these because it gets me more allowance. Allowance is good. Gotta do the library. Sucks, but... First edition. See, so the higher up, the better. I have to go all the way around anyway, so I guess I could redraw. No, I think that, like, in situations like this where I could get into that room anyway from the entrance hall, there's no reason to have another door leading into it, so let's take this. Okay. Sure. Though it seems like it's not completely trivial to get the conservatory. I think there's like one device that I haven't done yet. I could have sworn I read a document that told me how many workshop devices there were. I didn't see it when I was looking through my screenshots a second ago, though. So I don't have the master bedroom. That's the end of my run if I take it there. Don't really need steps at the moment. Whoa. Wow. Like, lifetime? I don't think I've ever gotten that before. Oh, if I go to the observatory this run with the telescope, something happens, is what that says, right? Okay. Let's see. Fourth item in here? This thing. Yeah, I need to move that further up, I guess. 66 steps, I definitely can. All right, there's a couple reasons I wanted security. I wanted to make... I have 11 regular keys, though. There's a specific camera that I want to look at here. It's from the safe house, I think it was. Okay. that one. Delete it. It's just a picture of the archives, I'm pretty sure. Just putting a screenshot of it all zoomed in, 1 second. All right, I zoomed it in on image editing software and it doesn't look particularly interesting. Try to roll it though and see what I can get. Room. We take that because it's a shop. I don't think I really want to launder though. Maybe we'll come back to it. Safe from red rooms. Draw this just so that it doesn't show up again. This is actually a non-downside though because I don't have to draft the foundation. It's power on because it happens to be connected to the boiler room. That's funny. Oh, shelter, right. I didn't realize it affected the... I thought it was just the downside of drafting on the room. I didn't think it would also affect that, so that's cool, I guess. Maybe go back to the laundry room and trade money for gems. 36 gems is pretty funny. Maybe I'll find a freezer. And then I can get a hovel. That would be, shit. Really? That's crazy. I love how many legitimate paths to this game there are. Okay. Also, there's a way to power the laundry room, right? Glad I didn't take the root cellar. Never fucking trust the root cellar. I had 2 opportunities to try to get something that was shovel related this run. I think we need that. Fortunately, it's not a prime number. So basically the telescope gives me whatever the day's benefit is again. 60% off stack. Okay, I bet this combines with something, so I'm going to want to go to the workshop eventually. What is that thing beeping at? Dude, seriously, what was the beeping? I didn't make that up, right? It like was beeping. Maybe I'll see it, I guess. Let me know. It's only against this wall here. Maybe it's something in the laboratory. Okay. Oh, I can interact with the laboratory mirror. That's an interesting glitch. Huh. All right. Apples had better be double fucking delicious. Okay. I hope everything in the telescope stacks, because there's a lot of things that might not stack, you know? See a serp. All right, so I could try to do the vault. I don't need the money, but the vault is like the main thing I have to do now. So maybe after I pull it, I can hope that I find something in the other direction. I do have a die. Thursday, December 10th. Those poor employees only got a month paid labor. Paid time off. Okay. I'm still protected from one more red room, so I may as well do this one or this one. This one's worse, I think. Corridor, foyer. May as well do all the gem stuff. We don't want the ballroom. Their hallway. Get some more shops, please. I want to make sure I get these gems, so I think I'm just going to take that, even though it's useless to me today. I guess I could redraw and then try to get it in the northeast corner, but I don't know what I'm going to get from that. I'd rather save the redraw for when I'm liable to die. No. So the locksmith is a dead end. But I really want more allowance. I'm not ready to give up this run just yet, just in case there's anything more interesting than allowance, so. I didn't even think about being able to exit from here. That's pretty funny. Hell yeah. Okay. First 3 floor plans you draw. Two of the items, meaning it's just going to choose 2 random items from what you have. It's not useful today. Oh, that's kind of cool. It has a chance to roll itself. I'd rather have that. Give me another shop in this corner game. A redraw. Hey, and we get to do the locksmith. Or the commissary. I guess the locksmith is nice since it's already a dead end, and that gets me a little bit more balance. Special key could be a vault key, right? It was not. Okay. I don't think I got a double discount there. Dining room, I don't really need the footsteps, but I like how many spaces it gives me. I guess I could secret passage into a shop to get more. Yeah, let's do that. I like getting more allowance. Oh, and the aquarium counts, that's right. 110 for the Swimbird plushie. So, I hope Dirigiblocks. I hope this is helping me know what the color is. That's blue, right? They're calling that blue. Country is blue, and they travel with dirigibles. It is they're supposed to be the sky bird, not the water bird, so that would make sense. Smash arcade hit, stamp of quality. Doesn't say anything else though. You can check the actual arcade machine to see if there's more information there. There's a gem over here. What's the prism key do again? Okay, so I actually should have used it. I guess I could do it on the way out of the gift shop to maybe get another shop here. Shit, I forgot to lockpick. Oh well, should be fine. Casino, commissary. No, this machine is green on the front, so maybe that's not super helpful. It does have the bird, though. We should have like a made in place sign on it. Okay. Fucking shovel. Maybe it is a double discount. Things seem pretty cheap in there. All right, so assuming that the door, I guess I don't know that the door south of Mount Holly is locked. Hopefully it is. Good. You can get a second laundry room. That's funny. I forget, does the casino have any particularly interesting things in it? Like, it can't get me, like, more allowance or anything like that, right? It can give, I can, like, gamble for money or keys or gems or whatever, but... Broken handle. Okay. I don't see is... Allowance happens to not be on the roulette board today. Okay. Oh, it would be at a higher wage. I do have 11 keys. I could go to the laundry room to get more. Still have 2 redraws. All right, so we do the pump room, and then I pray for the aquarium, I guess. I guess I could do the aquarium now, and it'll be like that the next time I play, right? It's hard to not take the clock tower here. How many would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't think it's worth it for just one more shop, or to try to filter for the aquarium. You know, they're full house. That's always fun. Okay, so let's drain the aquarium. Aquarium was 3. Switch which tank it's going to. Hold on, am I stupid? No, it can only go to this tank is the problem. Okay, so I have to move the water from the first tank over to the other one. Okay, hold on. Done this in a while. Actually, I don't think we want to do that because we want to have this tank. No, that tank is irrelevant. Okay, hold on. Aquarium, go. It's fun to get full house on a different day here. Okay. Whoops, god damn it. That has to go into the second to last one, which is this tank. Drain down. Okay. Don't think I really have anything else to do today. Just eyeballing all these rooms really quick. Pretty good on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shop rooms plus 7 allowance. I'm happy with that. Could have done a little bit better, I guess, but not that much better. Fuck! 2 new items I've never seen before. The next 1 minute? Oh my god, fuck that. God damn it. Could we not have something that's based on real time? That's one of my favorite things about this game, that nothing is like that. I'm not going to make it to the workshop in time. That's the thing I have to check to see if I can combine this with something. At least it pauses on that screen. I want to open all those locker room things, but I want to try to get down to the workshop to combine stuff. Yeah, it's very mean. Stopwatch does not. Okay, the telescope might, though. I should be able to get into room 46 today, maybe. I don't need to, but can maybe poke around a bit since I know a little bit more now. Statue. Still suspect that the gear connects to a statue above me somewhere. At least I think that's a cool idea if it does. Eighth angel points to our dream, something, something. I think there used to be a padlock here at some point during development. They're like, that's too mean. Another one I can do, maybe. I actually have enough information that I could probably brute force it. It's only 2 things. Let's see. I bet there are some that you have to brute force, or you have to at least brute force one of the elements. The flower? No, that's the flower. Okay. So we know the outer one is supposed to be violet. Is that right? Oh, hold on. Yeah. Dash pipe, dash pipe. No, those both change, that's right. So I'd have to know Let me look at the documents here. So, aviation, camels, turtleback, trains, horseback, roads and streets, naval. I guess it's not naval because it wasn't one of the people yelling at the seabird. Could be trains. Is there only one thing I don't know? Is it just that? Because I know... Oh, I don't know the weather, that's right. That's the weather changes. There's our lack of unusual, foggy. I guess I don't know anything else about the Purple Nation. I'd probably get it by learning more about Lady Epson. I'll bail on this for now, but I've got some things are in the right general direction. Oh. Pull this. Wait, whoops. "23 steps, I probably can't actually make it back, especially since I guess I don't have the shoes this time. The shoes seem like they almost always proc when you're outside the house. I don't really need to go to room 46. I already have screenshots of what's in there. Just it's a thing to do. I'm gonna check the workshop. Gotta go see if there's an 8th angel of some kind on the surface that seems like it's pointing a certain way. It sucks to not have the shoes. Okay, I want to find that thing where the guy looked like he was pointing. I think it was over on the other side of this. But I can't get over there now. Hold on. I got that in the safe house, I think. Yeah, there's like... Maybe it wasn't the safe house. Shit, where was it? There's like a picture I had of a guy at a railing, pointing at the railing. Hold on, I think I just wrote it down. It's a relatively recent picture, I think, too. Southward I see a swan, ashen like sands of the shore, carried by westerly winds. Moon north, east I see a crow. Oh, is it the attic? Thank you. Yeah, it looked like he was at like a corner of something. Pointing at a gap in the railing. These look kind of like letters. think that's the gap pack there. I can technically get there if I send this thing down and come back all the way around from a different room, right? Is there something behind the elevator here? Chat can just answer, because like doing that's going to be a huge, like, take me a whole day to do. No? Okay. Can't see what he's supposed to be pointing at in the picture. The telescope not even on the list? Wow. I wrote these down. Workshop. Shovel metal, there's a detector shovel, which is just better loot, and then pick sound amplifier is better lockpick, so I don't care. Okay. It's interesting that the moon pendant can combine with stuff. Yes, I feel like there's stuff on that list that never can combine with something, so I wonder why there's some items that get excluded, like the telescope. Oh, it tracks the little sigils you've done at the bottom. That's convenient. Okay. Well, I think I'm donezo then. Just scanning to make sure I didn't miss anything important. No, I think that's it. This probably will have to be my last run for the day. Okay. 48 coins. Tomb. I guess we could try to take, I mean, I want the hovel, but, or the tool shed, but I'm going to take the tomb because then I can maybe open something in Lady Epson's room, but I really have to hope that I roll it. Okay. Her tomb was behind like a secret door that required me to light a candle, right? But doing that was a permanent unlock. Here it is. Okay. It's like, man, I really miss the windswept fields of desert world. It's so foggy here. Alright, let's try to keep the leftmost rank as unspoilt as possible as long as we can get away with it. Not a great start. Gems are in the blue box. This statement is of no help at all. The gems are in this box. So if this is true, it can't be true. Because if it's true, that's helpful. So it must be false. Okay. So one of these is true and one of these is false. If this is false, gems are in the blue box. They're not in the blue box, which means that this is also false, which means all three of them are false. Unless if what they're saying, so they could be saying ignore this box, because if this is true, but it's still helping if it's true, right? All right, hold on. If this is true, the gems are in the blue box. This can also be true. The gems are in this box, and then this is false. Okay. If I get this wrong, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay. But that angel, it's the chef angel, okay. The day after drafting this room. Fine. Would experiment for militars. Oh, okay. I didn't see anything spawn. Go back in a sec. All right, not amazed by this. I'm not gonna get that many gems that this is worth it, but I can get lots of hallways, so. Where are they supposed to spawn? I was running around trying to spam to click. Oh, wait, I see. At least signal again. No, it's chat's just shooting the bed. Okay, mailroom. Gandalf. I already knew that. Okay. Don't think I have... Oh, that's Randolph Moore. Okay. Yeah, he's the scientist guy. Wow, what is the chance that someone gets this from the mailroom of all things? Because you can only get that from a laboratory experiment? I guess it makes sense that the laboratory experiment is how this generates. Tend to keep an eye on the small spikes and radiation levels. It's the only ways I can monitor your progress. The implication that running experiments is what increases the radiation level, I guess, maybe. I missed this too. Okay. I will take +5 gems. Thank you, game. Oh, God damn it. This is the main thing I'm doing. I could be ending my run super early if I can't get around on the right side. I guess I still have the foundation I can go to as a backup. Trying to just pay attention for more clues about the countries. This might be stuff that I haven't noticed. Which requires the utility box, right? All right, let's see if I game over here. It's probably still worth popping in and doing this, though. You know that can only spawn on the west side anyway, so it's probably fine to make it common. Commissary I don't really care for, but I don't think I want to make it rare. I could make this more common, but I feel like the more common it is, I think I want to make it rare. Actually, I think I might just want to leave it as it is. I don't think I want to change any of these, to be honest. I can make the commissary less common, but I think I need it occasionally. Yeah, I guess it lets me start with more stuff. Draw it early. I'm super dead. I have to get up 2 rooms. Pour 8 keys. 93 coins. Oh, I'm alive. Hey. Okay. Hate the metal detector. I think it's one of this game's biggest flaws in a game that's almost perfect. I think if they just change it so that it gave you an increase in drop rate and maybe still beep to alert you to stuff, but that there was like still a button you could press, that would be really, really helpful. Now let's try to get all the way west if we can. This doesn't feel good. It's Not beeping at the word, is it? Oh, it's a key, Jesus. Okay. 8, 9, 25, 10. They're kidding, right? Oh, wait, no, never mind. I thought this was a much larger number. 20. Oh, good. I think I actually want to immediately head back to security. It's kind of a hike, but... Well, I've got like 9 keys. I guess I don't really need to. I will if I start running out of keys, I guess. Luxury items. I do have 94 gold. Need to do all the hallways, but... What did it start me with today? The salt? That's pretty boring. Whoa. Oh. I love that. A big fan of that. Okay. Didn't have to pay the gem cost of floor plans. Okay. Hallway. Now we can start trying to go south. How does the rewind time mechanic work? I would like to rewind here. Oh, if you redraw. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that sucks. This will get down below it if I go down from the hallway. But I think we're saying it's a minimum rank of 4 to get Lady Epson's room. Try to get above rank 7, I guess. Okay. Own room. Yeah, it says reclaim the crown, which makes me think I have to bring crown in here. I guess the big advantage of the throne room is just being able to open this without having to go all the way downstairs. Oh, reclaim the crown because you can go get the crown. Okay, I see. Invisible floor key. I think I've done that one already. That's why the room is black. Oh yeah, it tells me I did it at the bottom. Okay. Write down this. Make sure I have this one down. Yeah, I did. Okay. Horrible. Oh well. My treasure map. I originally got that in the study. Yeah, so that's boiler room to hallway to foundation. No, then I have to go up, so I can't do that. So I guess just on commissary. I think I just need to burn the commissary immediately, even though I don't like the exits, so that I can get stuff so that I'm not stuck here. Oh, I should have done the running shoes first. Shit, forgot I didn't have a ton of money. Forgot I spent it. Alright, well I can always come back, I guess. I'm dead. So I can go up the conference room, but I won't be able to get Lady Epson's room. I don't think there's any chance. I guess maybe if I get all the way up to the top left corner, it's possible. Oh, this is drained now, right? That did something. I guess I can see different rooms in here. That's the archive. Oh. Huh. Arrow pointing at the bottom thing. Laundry room. It's like the den, maybe. So was I not able to physically see in here before? X in front of the grill. Let me take some screenshots here. That's what changed, okay. Before I leave the room, is the arrow pointing at the file cabinet and the X by the grill the only two things in here? Can't make out anything else. Okay. There's not something for each room, right? Yeah, it's cute. Got that. X. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. You said the only thing that changed is that now there's markings that are visible, and then these two are both on the stone. Is the thing I'm looking for not on the stone? God, I feel like I'm fucking blind. Oh, the X in front of the washing machine. Okay. That's the last one then. Yeah, that must have been why. Okay. Any other markings that I'm missing? So that's drained aquarium. Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, so I guess you could try to do runs where you have a very minimal number of items. You have the moon pendant and like one other thing. Okay. At least that way I'm not dead. Yeah, I'm probably gonna drain the pool room. Oh, that was the dinner bell. That's cute. Who doesn't love a salted banana? Okay, let me go down, please. Please, 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 please. Okay. Come on, I've got the key. Give it to me, game. Guess I could try to hunt for a reroll before I do it. I have a couple other rooms I could try. Have a conference room. It's my one chance, so I feel like I should try. I should try to go to do every other room before I do this. Yeah. This fucking thing. I really despise it. Mostly because of what it does to the design of the rest of the game. Hunting around for shit on the floor just doesn't feel good. Wouldn't mind pulling the pump room here. And I can drain this and not worry about it. love the sauna, but I want to keep hunting here. This room having these fucking paintings, the arrows on the painting is driving me insane. Because like I came in this room, I'm like, okay, this room's just here to fuck with me. I didn't need to care about those paintings, but it's like so specific. Before I sit here and try to fuck with it, do the paintings have something to do with the safe solution? They have to, right? But just humor me. If the answer is no, then I won't look at them too hard. Okay. Like young to old. What's the point of the horse? I don't think I can make any sense of it. Oh my god. If we count gates... Fuck you, game. If that's what they're talking about, I was like, why would they have the arrows between their legs? You can't do that, though. That's a homonym. That has to be what it is, though. Why else would it... I can't yell Jonathan Blow, because this isn't a Jonathan Blow game. You Blueprints devs... Okay. I have no idea what the order would be, because like I could count them, but there's so many different ones. I assume there's going to be a clue later that clarifies horse, child, old man, man, or something. Baron Sinclair. Oh, hey, trophy room. Well, it tells me that's what it's going to give me, but... Add that there's a spinnable globe in the trophy room. Like the pith hat. Write that down. Globe. Trophy room. You write down that I've been here too. This is a... Is it counted as a part of the room directory? Oh, okay. 19 after the wine cellar. No interesting puzzles in here as far as I can tell. I need to make sure I keep a key here. Probably have somewhere in the house where I can get keys, but I've just been kind of operating on the assumption I have infinite keys. Shit. I think I might actually cry if the reason I can't do this is I'm out of keys. Okay. And I can be pretty sure I didn't leave any behind. Fuck. There is, okay. Wrong key. Don't think there's anywhere else for me to check other than to just search every room to see if one of them happens to have a key in it. pray that the southern door isn't locked. Now we gotta shovel this run. And I got it basically at the beginning. Any way out of this? I mean, I could make that room the garden, but then I'm gonna have to roll the tomb again in the future. I think it had gems. I could go there, but I don't think so. I didn't even realize that I was burning through them. It's like, I've got 11 keys. That's almost infinite. There might be parts of hallways that I didn't visit. I don't know how reliable the beeping is. Items don't ever really spawn outside the house, right? Did I check the clock tower? May have opened it and not looked. Nothing in the showroom helps me with locked doors, right? Because there could be trunks that I didn't see as well. Now I have a problem with being able to make it back there intact. Yeah, running shoes. Let me see. Yeah, that's too bad. I'll get it again. I just have to make sure I roll the tomb. Rewind power is... I thought it was going to be like an opportunity to rewind... I thought it was going to let me rewind regardless. I didn't think that it required you to combo with something else. That's locked off this run anyway. Yeah, I probably can't get there in time though. That's 7 steps left. Guess we can see what fruit went in the conference room. Yeah, it sounds amazing. There's a lot of steps. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, I should have bought the silver spoon and then eaten all the fruits. Oh well. I wasn't really planning on doing anything this run anyway. I feel like I'm dead, but... If I had like the hovel, would be incredible. I do have the dining room. Nope. There's 3 trunks though. It's already too late because I already went ahead and did the secret garden, but I would have died if I didn't do the secret garden, so I don't really regret it. It's a trunk in the den. Okay. Let's see if there's any in the entrance hall, and then I'll go back. Didn't think I had the thing that spawned them here. It's still possible I could get a vault key, which is why I'm still going. Unlikely, but possible. There's 2 other trunks somewhere. Fuck you, game. All right, where the hell... Do trunks only spawn in preset rooms, usually? Oh, the pool. That's right. Right. And no... pump room. Oh well. Good try. So, future Marstead, you gotta roll the tomb, and when you roll the tomb, you gotta try to draft a... Get as far in the northwest as you can, and then draft to the south to find Epson's room, which should reveal what you need to do about the Purple Nation. You have a ton of notes and a manual text file that you're going to have to transfer over to the spreadsheet, so do that next time. This game rules. I'm excited to play more. I guess we're going to have about 2 sessions left, according to the How Long to Beat. At that point, I'll make a determination as whether I want to keep going above the How Long to Beat. I know there's going to be way more. There's enough layers that I could play this game for like 100 hours. I'm probably not going to want to do that much of it. I think I definitely want to finish all the sigils, which might take more than 10 more hours, depending on how lucky I get on drafting. And then maybe the safes. But I'm as we get close to 40 hours, I might start asking for more explicit help, especially in the event that something is hyper-dependent on successful drafting. But I really am enjoying the game. I'm excited to play more of it and see where we get.